Alright, it's me. I'm live. I'm here. I'm talking. I'm grooving. It's RHJunior coming to you live. I'm also known as Reality Check. I'm bringing you for the first day of the week, Monday. Oh, Lord. It is Monday, and it is time for spleen squeezins. How are y'all doing? How are y'all doing? Aye. All right, let's see here. We got one person watching, and that one person is probably me. Yeah, pretty much sums it up. Really, I've got to get some kind of different. I got to get something different for the images and the audio. I haven't got. Okay, these drums. I don't know. Get your pulse going, but playlist. Let's see, is there anything else? I don't know. For some reason, I cannot get the camera to work. This makes me angry. A little S100 camera right here. I got it, and I can't get it to work. Minicam, you know, I used to be happy with Minicam, but the more I use it, the more bugs and feature problems pop out. It's really aggravating. Aggravating. Crock pot lasagna. Ooh, I've been wanting that recipe. Where is it? Where'd it go? I really just, oh. Here's a little, you get a new keyboard, take a knife, take a screwdriver or a knife or scissors, pop out, take out the caps lock key. I mean, seriously, do it. Just remove it. Now, you'll still have the shift key, so you'll be able to type in capital letters when you want to. But all the caps key does is all it does is have you ever hit the caps lock key on purpose? Ever in your life? Because it is exactly it's a terrible design. It was fine for a keyboard on a typewriter, but on a something as easy to type, where you had to put some effort behind it when you push a chunk. But for a keyboard for a computer, no, it's a very bad placing. Very bad placing. I'm trying to adjust the heat here. It's actually too warm. But then it gets too cold if I turn it down. It's impossible to be comfortable. I wanted to turn my camera on, show you my little tarp tent I've built around my desk here. I basically got a plastic throw tarp, the kind you use when you're painting, and a disposable drop cloth, and I've got a little cross beam here from the top of my desk, and I threw a plastic drop cloth over it, and put my little electric fan heater at one end, and it blows in, and it keeps this nice little warm area here. It keeps it warm even in the coldest weather, and that's how I've survived the past several days. Fortunately, the temperature seems to be going on the upswing, temperature-wise. Snow's not. I mean, we got tons of snow here. It's been up in the 40s. It's been in the mid 30s and up to 40 degrees here today, and we still got snow. So, yeah. Where's my wallet? Put stuff all over the place here. I hate that. I hate how Minicam is making my life annoying because it will not work with my camera. Why is it not working with my camera? Let's see here. Control panel. System, clock, language, religion, network, inner, hardware, and sound. Devices. Guess it would be under devices. S100. Well, according to this, the device is working properly. Device USB vid requires further installation. Let's see, S1. Let's see here. Let's see here, Google. S100 driver install. Oh, this is no good. Oh, this is no good. Found driver software. Let's see if this helps. Cancel. That is not what I wanted. I wanted the drivers. I did not want this driver doctrine. Why is it? Why is it you can't trust anybody? You know, just people are assholes. They try to your computer to your computer. Just corporate world isn't. You know, I'll defend the free marketplace, but I'll tell you one thing: corporations are full of scum buckets. I mean, complete, just crapwads, passing as human beings. They'll do anything. I may have to get a new webcam. It may just not be compatible. I don't know. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't, and it's really frustrating when I'm trying to do something. Oh my. Pardon. Well, guess it's not going to happen today. The computers in there, they're not going to cough up more information. It's ridiculous. I either need a new program, I either need a new camera, or a new webcam, or a new program. The codec was an old one, but the webcam I have is it was a gift from my dad. He had it lying around the house. He wasn't using it, and he gave it to me, and it's been sputtering. It's been puttering along. Now I could probably get it. I could probably get it. I think it's probably Minicam itself. The program glitches. So reboot it. It's so I probably need a new mixer, a new video mixer. It is a source of continual irritation to me that the Adobe Flash Media Live Encoder, the Live Encoder, does not have tools for hooking up your cameras directly to it. It does not have video editing. You can just sort of plug it right in. I could probably hook it straight to the webcam, but then I wouldn't be able to edit. I wouldn't be able to switch from camera to desktop or to window. And I would only have one audio source. So and it's not like I'm trying to coast by on freebies here, because I paid for this Minicam program, and I try and go down there and try and get some. I've been poking around a website for Minicam, and it is real fun. It tells me that there's an update, but I can't seem to find a download for the update. They want me to pay for a whole brand new program. And I'm like, I don't need it updated that bad. I just need what I have to work. So it's making me cranky. But anyway. Oh, I like this. Shock. Almost 2/3 of Americans don't trust the government on important issues. In other news, grass is green, sky is blue, and sun is predicted to rise in the east this coming morning. I'm so tired of it. I'll go on Facebook. Every day, and every day there is an endless stream of people posting shocking new uncovery that spells the end for Hillary or Obama or Bill Clinton or any one of the politicians threatening to just plow the Republic into a tree. And I finally started, every time I see one, I post the same thing. I've gotten to the point, I just go through Facebook and I have the same answer. I have stock answers now for these people. Every time I see somebody complaining about something that is happening in the public schools, I put the same answer. Take your kids out of government schools. Problem solved. And every time I see one of these says, this could spell the end. She might be indicted. She might be arrested. She might be charged. She might be given subpoenaed. Call me back when she's in jail. Bill Clinton demonstrated all by himself that a Democrat president could be charged with raping a woman. That's what came out. that he had sexually harassed women, and that was coming out from other witnesses that he had raped them. And he would not spend a minute in jail. He could lie. They demonstrated that the law meant nothing over a decade ago. He lied under oath. And if either you or I had done that, we would be looking at the world through iron bars. Law doesn't matter. You can write all these shocking, scandalous stories about these politicians. Look, it's a matter of record that the majority of Congress, especially on the left side of the column, they're felons. Tax dodgers. We would be under the jail if we dodged our taxes. Taxes are for little people, don't you know? Oh, I'm starving. I did not fix anything to eat. My scheduling is terrible. I never seem to fix something to eat before I sit down to do these broadcasts. I did not think that one through, orders. I don't know. Okay, we've got one. Let's see here. We've got, let's see. Money from Project Wonderful. Actions. Okay, let's see here. Ow. January 21st. Mark Weisner. Oh, yes. Hilda. Okay, I'll pull up the art program. Boot that up. We spend too much time debating with people we should just smack. These ranting, raving, screaming, overgrown children are not going to be reasoned with. They're not going to... We've tried the soft word, okay? We've turned the other cheek. And they kept right on slapping. So. So it's time to start putting our foot down. If we want to see our society hold together for another year, another decade, another... Now, here's another. Have you ever heard somebody say something? You try and talk about an ethical or moral issue in our society that there ought to be a lot they need to. This argument, if you have ever heard this argument, just stop and just give them the look. Just give them the look. The look that says, "You poor forlorn idiot creature." Because this argument, well, we can't legislate morality. Now, that phrase, which they repeat like a chatty Cathy doll when you pull her string, "He just can't legislate morality." No, that's bull. Okay, the origin of the phrase is a man who was. This was about the civil rights movement back in the 60s. The people that were talking about it were talking. The man who said it was saying is that we're not going to make people nice by writing these laws. I mean, we can write laws against racism, but that they're still going to be. We can make laws against racism, but these people who are racist jerks are still going to be racist jerks tomorrow after the law is passed. That was what he was saying. It is not, as that esteemed Republican minister Martin Luther King Jr. said, the law cannot make a man love me. It can keep him from lynching me, which is kind of important, but it can't make him love me. That's what they mean when they originally said you can't legislate morality. That's all it means. Now, these people who say you can't legislate morality now are trying to say, oh, you can't use morals and you can't do that. You can't put morals into law. Okay. We can't legislate morality. What do you call it when we pass a law that says you can't murder, rape, or steal? Look, this is Criminal Justice 101. Okay, Criminal Justice 101. I've just been looking at this here. There are two types of laws. Malum in se and malum prohibitum. Malum in se is a Latin phrase meaning wrong in itself. As in, these laws are written because this is wrong. We feel that murder is wrong, therefore there is a law against it. Malum prohibitum means something is wrong because it is prohibited. For example, in the United States, we have to drive on the right side of the road rather than the left. Not because driving on the right or the left is inherently good or evil, but because good order meant we had to pick one side. Otherwise, we were going to be picking each other out of our front bumpers. Now, malum in se laws are based on morality. Our laws here in the United States grew out of English common law, which in turn was based on Judeo-Christian morality. When the old-time English lawmakers sat around and said, what do we base our laws on? They did not pick the Bible just because it had a pretty cover. They picked it because it was the foundation of Western civilization. Its morals, its ethics, its principles. Detractors will claim that English common law formed in the 5th century before Christianity took hold in Britain. But law, as we know, it didn't stop forming then. Christianity's influence on common law. Look, whether you like it or not, the culture that created you is a Judeo-Christian culture. All the things that you think are right or wrong were formed by Judeo-Christian principles. Why do you think it's wrong to have slaves? Western culture is just like most other civilizations in that it engaged in slavery, but unique in that it is solely responsible for ridding the world of it. Other civilizations still have slavery. Other cultures still have slavery. Western civilization, America, England, Canada, the countries. America had the extreme misfortune to require a civil war to bring, it ended in the course of a civil war. But other Western countries ended it without it. Now, slavery was common in pre-Christian cultures and still is. You go to an Islamic country, there's a more than fair chance that if somebody decides they want a slave, you'll end up as one. You go to Africa, you're in danger. There are places where you can buy or sell a human being. What about having a harem of concubines? That was common in pre-Christian cultures. Sacrificing virgins? Hey, that was no big deal in most civilizations. Western civilization brought those to an end because Western civilization legislated its morality and said, no, this is wrong. Our society will not allow it. Malum in se. We've got too many people today who believe that all law is malum prohibitum. That the only reason that it's wrong is because we passed a law. That it's like a traffic law. It only matters because we pass a rule against it. This is not true. All the morals and ethics that liberals like to spew about, and even though progressive leftist culture is hypocritical about its beliefs, they claim to hold these high moral values, and then cognitive dissonance. They practice things and insist that violate their supposed moral principles. We believe in the sanctity of life. That's why we're pro-abortion. That's head up the butt. Stupid. But all the primal values, all the root values that they claim to support, even as they violate them, they come from Judeo-Christian morality. In fact, the things they accuse, they judge Christians as being immoral by using the measuring stick that Christians gave them in the first place. But when they want to do something that they know is unethical or immoral, just obviously wrong, they will plead that all morals and ethics are situational, malum prohibitum. They want to desecrate marriage by pretending that gays are in the bonds of matrimony. And you say, no, this is wrong. And he said, no, that's just your culture. Malum prohibitum. No. All laws legislate morality. They dictate that one thing is right, that one behavior is right, that the opposing behavior is wrong, and that the society will enforce that ethos. The question is not whether we legislate morality or not. We do. The question is, whose are we going to legislate? Our society is founded on Judeo-Christian principles, and the reason it thrives like it does and has for so long is because it is still guided by those principles. They're crumbling away under a constant onslaught, but they're still there. It's the only reason the ship is still afloat at all. Now, people don't realize just how alien the concepts of Christianity were. Simple things like the idea of loving other people more than ourselves, sacrificing for the poor, turning the other cheek. Those ideas were so revolutionary to the Roman world in which Christianity was born that they were scandalous. This is why the Roman world choked on the concept of Christianity. The idea of Jesus Christ, the idea of a God sacrificing himself for humanity was pants on the head crazy to them. And yet they had millions of converts. Think on that. Everybody told if they in any argument, in any ethical argument where most subjectivist tries to say, oh well, all values are the same. Look which direction the boats are going, as the saying goes. If all ways are equal, why did so many pagans, who, according to modern thinking, were so much more enlightened and so much more in touch with nature and reality and spirituality and in touch with the cosmos and all this other crap, if these pagans were so much more enlightened than these crazy Christians, why did millions of these pagans flee their pagan religion and cluster to Christianity, even though Christians were suffering and dying in horrible ways? You didn't become a Christian back in those days because of prosperity philosophy. You didn't think, I want to be a Christian because Jesus wants me to be rich and happy and successful. No. The majority of people who knew about Christians saw them being eaten by a lion. And yet people flew in the thousands, in the millions to this way. Just reflect on that for a while. Okay, full color strip. I gotta do this. Come on, computer, boot up. Come on. I was gonna sit here and look at me. I had been having a little bit of trouble with my computer for a little while. I didn't realize what it was. Is that there is a shortcut in keyboard that lets it switch between keyboard layouts for different languages and such. And for whatever reason, apparently when I put in a new keyboard, it triggered something in the computer and it switched out to a different language. And it activated that rather. And every time I would hit Alt and Shift by accident at the same time, suddenly my keyboard didn't work right. And it was especially noticeable, and I couldn't figure out, was it my Windows, was it Firefox, was it my computer game? And just hold on here, twisty thing. And well, anyway, I had to, I had to go crawling through the computer and find that little feature and turn it off so that my keyboard would stop changing its orientation and stuff. So it could aggravating, very aggravating. Okay, 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 okay. Let's see. I gotta find the strips I was. That's a lot of pictures. Okay, yeah, I was right. Nip and tuck. That's right. It will not let me open more than one at a time. I have to do it by hand, one at a time. I hate that. Let's see. Why is it not saving my picture? I could have sworn I saved those as. Oh well, never mind. Yeah. Stupid thing. Anyway, it was doing crazy stuff. Like I'd try to open a new tab in Firefox and it would pop out a new window and nothing I could do could get it to stop and aggravating, just aggravating crap. Anyway. Okay, as always, I am doing missions. I, it's getting warm. I'm having trouble with this stupid fan. It's blowing, when it's really freezing cold, this little tent works great. But when it's just chilly, kind of hard to set it to a reasonable temperature. This is incredible. Got a couple of PETA protesters. They're got to let me show you. This is ridiculous. And there you have it. Protesting milk at Trader Joe's. You know what would happen if people stopped drinking milk? If people stopped drinking and buying milk? millions and millions of those precious widow cows would die. Dairy cows have been, dairy cows have been domesticated by man for thousands of years. The entire population is no longer genetically viable to live outside of domesticity. They're domesticated. It's bred into them. They would die in the wild within days. There would be nothing but rotting beef as far as the eye could see. And they have to be milked. Dairy cows, especially, they have to be milked. They are not milked. They can get all sorts of physical problems. I don't know what the exact details is. Just basically, they produce so much milk if they are not milked. Really, they can get infections and ruptures and stuff, and those enormous udders. They're not going to last long in the wild. They would die. These people, these women, look at them. Look at it. This is the kind of this is the kind of women the Bible spoke of. Silly women led astray by foolishness. I'm sorry, but there's no two ways about it. Women are less rational than men. That doesn't make them any. That doesn't make men any more virtuous. Consider that Eve was tricked. Adam went along with it. With his eyes wide open. But still, the truth has to be, the truth has to be acknowledged. Women are more emotional. They are not as physically strong as men. They are more emotional than men. They are more rational than men. This is the reason that feminists are always up in arms, because they do not want equality. Equality would mean everybody being evaluated by the same measure. And they know for a fact, they know, deep down in their bones, they know that when it came to all the things that they yell about, if you've evaluated men and women impartially on the same scale, men would come out ahead. They would come out ahead athletically. They would come out ahead in many regards intellectually. They would come out ahead in their abilities to handle logical situations in a proper fashion. That is why this is why, the feminists, have no problem with the idea, men and women, sisters doing it for themselves. We don't need no man. We don't need no man. Give me my alimony. She don't need no man. She just, there you go. She just needs a man to pay her way. And this is why they see no hypocrisy in having men's and women's Olympics. They know for a damn fact they've done this. They have done this again and again and again. They have taken the world's best athletes. There was one male tennis star. He said, "Fine, I'll take on any two of the best women's tennis players in the world." He threw that down. And two women, sisters, they took him. He beat both of them back to back. you take the men's, and you take you take any NBA team and put them up against a team from the women's NBA, and the women, the men will mop the floor with them. You put them on the battlefield, the men are running circles around. You put them you put them in any physical challenge, the women are less. The women have less upper body strength, which in physical labor means everything. Those crates and bales don't give a dang whether you got tits or not. And women are more gullible. This is a reason why scam artists always go after women first. Do women? Let's address this. Do women have attributes that make that in which they are superior to men? Yes. We might not acknowledge that they are better at breastfeeding, for instance. They are better at being moms, and they always will be. They are better at nurturing. They are better at showing affection, being intimate. But the big, bad, dangerous world does not run on squishy feelings. It is not an accident that men took the dominant role in the family in every civilization. There are aspects in every civilization where the woman is there are aspects in every civilization where the woman is the power on the throne. But at the end of the day, it's the man that is better at running the civilization. When it's not, it's generally because the culture has spent a few decades feminizing the men in that culture, making them soft, making them weak, giving participation award civilization. I fully expect to be, to get all, I'm wondering, I'm probably going to get grief for saying that. But I haven't said a single dang thing that isn't an observed, recorded, and outraged, measured truth, a quantified fact. I didn't say a single thing that was an opinion. I said things that are measured, that are even that in our society we have still have scientists who did the research, did the numbers, did the studies and the examinations of thousands of women for decades, measuring the behavior and the responses and the physical and mental and emotional attributes of men and women, and have said all these things. Are there women who are superior to men in certain regards? Yes, of course. But we're talking about the gender as a whole. You don't measure the whole by a single point of reference. I mean, you take an Olympic athlete, and you take a female Olympic athlete and put her out on the gym floor next to me, for instance. It's gonna be pretty obvious who's gonna win that marathon. And it ain't gonna be my tub of butter guts, Now, when it comes to raw intelligence, I mean measurable, IQ, and intelligence as an attribute is somewhat overrated. Yes, I say overrated, because I would rather have a wise person than a smart one. Because to really screw things up requires a genius. As it's been observed, wisdom, intelligence is the propulsion. Intelligence is the propulsion that enables humanity to do what it does. Wisdom is the guidance system. It's the steering that keeps us from running, that is what more or less keeps us from running entirely aground and wiping ourselves out. And a great number of people are wandering around. They are the equivalent of a surface. They're the equivalent of a Wile E. Coyote rocket with a couple of and with a lawn chair and a pair of bicycle handlebars duct taped to it. Now, all else being equal, the average intelligence of men, the average IQ of men, and the average IQ of women is the same. It's that the men tend to go to further extremes. They have a wider bell curve, if you will, or a higher one, however you phrase it. This is the reason why there are more. This is part of the reason that there are more geniuses and scientists, Einsteins and Newtons in the male gender, but it's also the same reason that there are far more men whose last words could have been, "Hey y'all, watch this." Whew. Okay, I'm checking something here. I just my throat's already going dry. Looking for something here. I'm trying to find it here. Is this? Let's see here. Darn it. I have a little problem here. Trying to shut stuff down here. I've still got people asking me, did you really pull down your stories? Where are your stories on FimFiction? I'm like, oh, Ouch. Ow, 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 ow. It's warm. Let's see here. I lost track of my thoughts here. I'm trying to scrape them back together here. Okay, tribal drums getting a little on my nerves. And the flute isn't helping either. Let me. You know, more and more, people are saying more and more that Trump is nowhere, in no way, conservative or right wing or anything. And well, the evidence is in. He isn't. Oh, he isn't in the least. His track record, his personal history, his funding habits, to say it. No, he's not conservative. But isn't it interesting? He knows how to play one on TV. And it's very interesting. He's the only candidate on the left side of the aisle that seems to know how to play, play to what people want anymore. And you kind of wonder. Now, I'm really disappointed in Sarah Palin that she is supporting this guy. Does she not know him? Does she not have access to the same records that everybody else does? What? Does she know something that nobody else does? I don't think she does. She may very well turn out to be like Trump. She had one or two. I don't know. Most people, the largest part of Sarah Palin's appeal was that liberals hated her. I looked over her record, what there was of it, and yeah, she did a good job as an Alaskan governor. Busted some fraud and stuff. I don't know. I think she just has a bad bad taste in running partners. What did she do in the last time she ran? She hitched her wagon to McCain. Good night. And I will note that it seems over the last couple of elections, the last several elections, uh, it's been the same story. A third party rogue pops out of nowhere, divides the conservative vote, and the liberals sweep in. Every time the Democrats have taken power over the past 20 years, it's been that game. It's been that song and dance. Little media is hung on Trump's every word and given him tons of coverage, way out of proportion to every other candidate. Do you think that's a coincidence, or do you think it's because they always pick the Republican who they think their candidate can beat? And if they don't, is liberal enough for them to live with? Food to think, food for thought. I figured, I figured. I mean, I remember, I remember when Trump was in the news because he was going bankrupt. I mean, it's just a complete business disaster. And I'm like, he's a celebrity. He's just, and I look at him, president. No. And I figured to some extent he is playing to the audience. He knows what people are mad about, and he plays to it. That's the one thing about him. He knows who he's trying to be. The rest of the field doesn't seem to have a clue. They're all trying to please the press. And their sensibilities. He is the only one that is trying to please the voters. He's a salesman. That's what he is. He's a venture capitalist, and he's just no. I've said it before and I say it again. My first choice is Ted Cruz. Everything I've seen about the man says is he's the best man for the job. What I'm depressed about is I don't think he stands a chance of being elected. We're living in a country that elected Obama twice, that elected Bill Clinton twice. Every black person in this country seems to think that Obama is the new Jesus. even now, after he screwed everybody over. I'm gonna have to run into the kitchen and fix something to eat. I haven't had dinner yet. And, I'm starving. I'm just out of juice. I'm hungry. I'm sitting here listening to my stomach growl. It's insane. It's kind of sad. Germany. Uh, what the hell? They got Muslim migrants in the pools, defecating in the showers and pool, storming the women's locker rooms. They had a case where a young girl was kidnapped and raped for 30 hours by a group of Muslim men. Their leaders have literally destroyed their country. And everywhere the Muslims are going, they're doing the same thing. They're doing it in Great Britain too. And everywhere they've gone, it's a wide scale. How are they how are they living in such blindness that they cannot see what is happening in their own country? How can you be such an arrogant, inflated elitist that even as they're ripping the country apart right outside your window, You know, you want to win a fight with her. You get an argument with a woman. Don't bother fighting with her. Don't bother arguing with her. Just go around the house and tighten all the lids on all the jars. Okay, I'm going to. I'm struggling very hard to not just order pizza. I'm I'm going to go into the kitchen. I'm going to get something to eat real quick because I am starving. I have not had dinner yet. And take me about 5 minutes. I'll be right back. Enjoy the slideshow for what it's worth. And I'm back. Sorry to keep you waiting. Really, I'm never firing on all 6 cylinders, let's face it. A little winded. Really should fix my lunches the day ahead of time, just to get in the habit. Picked up a nifty little thing. So I was getting some stationery and stuff at the store, and picked up what I thought was just, a little laser pointer. My old laser pointer is gone. I like to play with a laser pointer. It was like $2, $2.50. I said, okay. Get myself a new laser pointer. I pulled it out of the package today, and runs on 3 little, itty bitty watch batteries, but it's not just a laser pointer. It's a laser pointer. It's got a laser pointer in it. A very nice one. Good strong one. It's also a LED flashlight. I mean, it's a bright little thing. It's no bigger than a pen. It's a pen, in fact. It's pen size. It is a pen. And it has a laser in it. A blue-white LED flashlight. And it is brighter than the full-sized one I've got in the drawer in the kitchen right now. And it's also a stylus. It's a pen, writes in the ink, and it's a stylus for working on, touch screens, iPhones and such. So it's, a little 4-in-1 thing. And I'm like, doggone. I'm like, okay, it's interesting. Laser pointer, LED flashlight, ink ballpoint pen, stainless steel, and a stylus for a computer screen. And every one of those things at one point cost like $5, $10 each. Even the ballpoint pen part. Welcome to progress. Welcome to capitalism. Welcome to what the free marketplace creates. I would have had to have spent like $50 at one point to get all that. Now it doesn't even cost me $3. Oh geez, I hope this thing ain't leaking. Hate it when this starts springing leaks. Drinky winky. Pitcher of pink lemonade. I always get pink lemonade. I don't like, yellow lemonade tastes exactly the same, but the color's a little off-putting. Let's just put it that way. Yeah, I haven't done anything yet, but right now I'm trying to fuel up. My juices flowing and get my nerve. trying to read up a little bit on vortexes. Apparently, it's a new age buzzword too. Disruption of a vortex. I'll probably need somebody who knows fluid dynamics. Lord Firebeard. Hello, Archangel Primacore. Hello, YouTuber. Hello, everybody. And hello, Kruger. I think Kruger's here. I don't know who's here. Well, hello, everybody, anyway. I'm trying to do a little lookup. Before I do any drawing today, I'm trying to do a little lookup here on vortexes. I'm basically looking for, the layman's version, fluid dynamics for dummies, I guess. I'm looking for a description of how one would disrupt a vortex. Oh, come on, computer. Oh, come on. All right. Let's see. No. Come on, computer. Okay, here we got another one. A teenager turned away by the Marines for a Confederate flag tattoo. I'd like to know what his parents were doing, letting him get a tattoo at that age. Well, he's 18 and could have had it a week. He could have gotten it, a month after he. But well, none of this is helping. It just occurred to me. It's basically, you've seen that episode of Flash where he undoes a tornado by running around it in the opposite direction. And setting aside the uh, my question has been, would that work? Or would it make things worse? Because what little I know of fluid dynamics and vortexes and such suggests to me that trying to do that instead of stopping the tornado, it would cause it to break up and form multiple tornadoes. That happened over Xenia, Ohio, many, many years ago. Something like before I was born, even. But my father told me about it. But the exact opposite. What happened was is that something like 4 different tornadoes hit Xenia at the same time, and they drifted together and merged into one gigantic tornado that just ripped that city a new one. this tells me nothing. They really not, they're really not up to simplifying this. I've started putting 4 dummies in all my searches just to make things simpler. Well, nothing yet. I had a feeling that that might be the case. That a vortex. I know what a tornado is. Basically, it's just a bubble of warm air sliding under a bubble of cold air, and it basically just sort of shoots up through and makes a vortex up. A warm air vortexes up through the cold layer. And I expected that that would be the case, that it would be counterintuitive. I'm just, something about the idea of trying to make a tornado run backwards struck me as incorrect. Just instinct about that, and something just told me that it would probably be something counterintuitive. That if you wanted a tornado, uh, that if you wanted to dissolve a tornado, to break up the vortex, uh, to end the destructive whirlwind, you would have to make that, you wouldn't try and run it backwards, you'd try and make it run faster. Now, Archangel, I just want to confirm this. Do you know fluid dynamics? Do you know, what are your credentials? I've been looking all over the internet for this. Uh, I want to get more. I want to get more new, info. Actually, the Ohio tornado outbreak I told you about happened in 1974. It was about 3 or 4 years after, so yeah. Hurricane dispersal sonic boom. That's interesting. Waiting, and it's sitting here looking at me. Well, this isn't what I was looking for either. Nope. No, that's not what I was looking for either. Let's see here. Breaking up tornadoes. Well, the issue is that explosion, most of the energy in an explosion is basically a pressure wave. And what I read here, a pressure wave, some people propose dropping bombs down the center of tornadoes to disrupt them. The problem is that a bomb, most of the outward motion is just a pressure wave, like a ripple in a pond. And for the most part, the pressure wave would pass through the vortex without disrupting it. It might expand a little bit, but then it would just snap back into its original dimensions. looking for the information is proving a little vague. I always suspected that the fact, that would be no. Some leads on some information, but not much. I just don't want any Poindexter coming in behind me. It doesn't work that way. I'm like, bite me. Oh. Trying to think, but nothing's happening. It's getting rather persnickety trying to stay warm, and the temperature's still dropping, I suppose. sort of spinning my wheels here. Hmm. sorry. That's just running low on fuel. I'm just tanking out. Now, the reason I'm looking at this up is for my writing, obviously. Most of my stories and stuff seem to have brewing cataclysms. This is interesting. A tornado travels across the wind rather than in the direction of the wind, according to this. If a observer sees a leaning funnel, he is in no immediate danger, but if the funnel appears straight, he should run for shelter at once. Huh. Very interesting. Well, I've got some crude concepts to work with here. Some. Uh, yeah, but the second question is, would spinning the vortex faster make the vortex larger or narrower? Would it contract or would it expand? That's the question. That's another question. start. This is kind of subpar performance for me, to say the least. I'm kind of waiting for the caffeine and the sugar and everything to kick in. Instead of having a note somewhere, I've got a growing laundry list of questions. My official motto should be just waiting for the caffeine to kick in. This is much taste. I think I got my point across, so. Well, how y'all? Okay, just trying to shake myself awake here. Staying nice and toasty warm in here. quiet. And, temperature is dropping outside, and it is getting warmer in here when I've got this range. Not worried. Okay, let's see here. as I'm still drifting in and out here. It's been a very quiet night. It's kind of hurt for the mojo at the moment. Mm. Mm. It's just that I'm also thinking that vortex is a spinning object. Spinning object tends to rotate faster as its mass pulled in towards its opacity, its fulcrum, and it's just, okay, it's just that what I know of vortex is like, well, the way the way an ice skater, does those rapid spins is that they start out slow and they pull their force in towards the sensor. Now, can you hear me in there? Can you hear me? Am I on? Is my microphone on? Yes, my microphone's on. Mondays are always bad. It's rough. Just today, it's. And Uh, oh, folks, just throw something up in the air. It's anything you want to talk about, anything you want to ask about. Topics on your mind, questions on your tongue. Just give me something to talk about here. Mojo with me, people. I saw a recent comic book by Marvel Comics. It's a one-shotter. It's a 5-issue run of the X-Men. It's called The Worst X-Man Ever. It follows the story of a young man, a teenage boy. He discovers it turns out his parents are mutants, and they're not doing the superhero thing or anything. Just living perfectly normal, never even nearly use their powers. And it turns out that yes, they take him to Xavier's school for gifted men of prodigies, have him tested for the mutant gene. It turns out yes, he is a mutant. And they even determine what type of power he has. He has the power to explode. Once. In other words, he's a suicide bomber. He's a biological suicide bomber. He can never use his powers because if he uses them, he basically goes kaboom and dies. He's massively disappointed. He's Joe average kid at school. He's a nobody, and and he spent most of his, and his backstory. He spent most of his life being a nobody, a C average. Nobody's interested in, doesn't care. Just vanish into the crowd. And he finally finds out something special about himself, and it turns out it's the biggest genetic joke in history. And he and his parents, he's bummed out, and they're consoling him, and they leave by the front door just in time for one of those mutant destroying robots to show up and step on them, and the kid is instantly orphaned. And the X-Men the X-Men school, they take him in. He becomes their ward, and even though he can't use his powers, they train him as a young student. Train him like all the others as an X-Man, and it sucks for him because nothing goes right. They build him a robotic suit so that he can hang out with the other teams and hold his own. And the first time he puts it on, they're attacked by a bunch of mutant humanity first terrorists. He goes out to help fight, and the one he chases down has a hysterical nervous breakdown. He doesn't even lay a hand on him. The guy freaks because apparently the kid looks exactly like his abusive uncle. and the guy wasn't strung together too bright in the first place. And the guy comes back and sues the school for his trauma. And with the typical rule of Marvel Universe that life sucks, he wins his case. And to make things worse, the school has, in order to pay for it, the school cuts back funding for Logan's beer allowance. And so, Logan really loves this kid now. And well, basically, the story is really awful. The writer is apparently one of these pretentious twats whose objective in life is, to rub in. He thinks he's being really, avant-garde by uh, the whole story. Every aspect of the story revolves around pointing out, oh, this is so stupid. X-Men is so stupid and childish and pointless, and how much it sucks, and artistic, and I've seen 3 issues so far, and each one, the kid's life sucks a little bit worse. He eventually makes friends with what turns out to be this young, chubby black girl who turns out to be the most powerful mutant in existence. Uh, Technically, basically because she has the power to make things simply cease to exist, and then re-exist whenever she wants. She can look at any person or anything and just wish them out of existence, and they cease to exist, and only she and whoever she's talking with will remember that that person ever existed, and she can turn right around and bring them right back. And she's literally so powerful that she can't do anything for fear of because she retroactively erases uh, things not just from the present but from the past. She's basically the ultimate annihilator in human form, with a reverse button. She can't change anything. She can't do anything for fear of screwing up, uh, irreversibly screwing up time and space and history and everything. So she and he are friends, and she's and to rub in things a little more. She's this shallow. Uh, of course, she's this shallow nobody. Shallow teenage girl who's obsessed with nothing but her iPhone, and spends all her time on Facebook, and she doesn't mess with time because she really wants to see the next episode of her favorite TV show, and you get the idea. Basically, it's this pretentious, you know, life is meaningless and pointless, glurge. I mean, I thought teenagers were bad about this, but good night. Let a bunch of 40, 50-year-old comic book writers get at it, and they're absolutely insufferable. People used to read comic books. They wanted, when they read comics, they wanted to, they were about worlds that people wanted to escape into. That's the idea of escapism. But now they're all about worlds that suck so hard you want to escape from them. Think about it. Spider-Man, superhuman strength, agility, super senses, can climb walls and web swing, and he's super healing. He's got all these major and minor powers. He was married to but he was always angsting about life. And the writers, Joe Quesada, you schmucktard, decided that his life didn't suck enough. And so they're constantly killing off his girlfriend or erasing his marriage from existence. The whole message is, you don't ever want, it would be awful to be a superhero. It used to be, Superman, remember Superman? Da, 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 Superman, he was, Captain Awesome. And now what have we got? The big hit song about Superman. I'm only a man on a one-way street. with kryptonite and blah, 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 blah. I'm so depressed because I'm not like everybody else. And I'm sitting here, but don't worry, I'm not going to go crazy and kill everybody or nothing. And, and Superman, immortal, indestructible, super strength. If something, if evil happens in his world, he doesn't have to run it out. He can go out and punch it in the nose. Dating a hot chick. Got a great job, got a meaningful life, has a mansion on the North Pole. But he's there, and anybody him so he's this whiny angst fest. And this is why the latest Superman movie sucks so hard. Because he's just, I just don't know my place in the world. I'm this poor lone orphan, and I just don't know. Good night. This is why Squirrel Girl is so popular. She's the only non-angsty superhero left. And it went from angsty to nihilistic. They got all these cosmic, and in the recent comic book I was talking about, the kid asked, we've got people here, literally can rewrite the universe by snapping their fingers. Why haven't they gone out and defeated all the bad guys and made the world a better place? And they come up with this, and the explanation given is that there's narrative causality in the universe, and cosmic balance, and basically that, your existence, all these cosmic powers and all these meaningful things that we can do. Oh, they're meaningless because the universe balances them out and erases any, Could we just shove a couple of these people in front of a moving subway? Okay, answering questions. Finally starting to wake up. Anyway, was there a reason I changed Under the Lemon Tree to Goblin Hollow? Well, I'll be straight up. I felt that the concept was potentially confusing to new readers. Now, if the main characters had been human, while Ben's little subconscious critters were all non-human, that would have been easier to grasp. These guys are supposed to be real. These guys are supposed to be quote unquote imaginary. It's basically about a guy with 6 imaginary friends, and the problem is that by making them both, I realized that having a world full of talking animals, and the main character has 6 imaginary friends who are also talking animals, that it would probably be very confusing to a new reader. And I wasn't quite sure what to do. And I decided that and also the whole thing about tulpas, imaginary creatures that have been brought to, thoughts that have been given corporeal form, that kind of very Eastern mysticism, and very abstract and confusing, frankly. Overthought the issue a bit. So I changed them into goblins and tried to rewrite the world to be a little bit more, balanced in its suspension of disbelief, I guess would be the term. It still had problems. I was still stuck in the funny animal phase of things. It was just a concept, I think maybe I should be more honest and admit that the readers were having no trouble with it, but I was thinking that the corporate executives out there were just going to choke on it. Uh, because as J.K. Rowling put it, J.K. Rowling put it. You remember that J.K. Rowling's first book, Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone, was originally called Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone, which is the correct term for the alchemist's stone. For the stone. It's called the Philosopher's Stone, and it has been called that for thousands of years by alchemists for centuries in the real world. The reason it was changed wasn't because she thought that the American public was too stupid to figure out what a philosopher's stone was. It was because American publishers thought the American people were too stupid to figure out. And they thought, and really, she didn't say this much, but let's go a little further. What it amounts to is that it was a concept that was too difficult for a book publishing editor in the United States to figure out. And they went, "Oh, this confuses me. Let's call it a sorcerer's stone. We don't want to confuse anybody like I'm confused." And also the American publishing of the American edition of Harry Potter had something like several hundred to several thousand words trimmed. We have to make it simple for the people of America. That's the kind of esteem the publishing elites hold the American people in. When in truth, it's the vapid, empty-headed, marble-brained elites running things who can't figure their way out of a wet cardboard box. Frankly, I wanted to try and make. I want to make my comic strips marketable, and they're not. They're not. They're never going to be marketable. They get less so every day. Because the publishing world is run by idiots who shouldn't be allowed, they shouldn't be allowed out on their own without a padded helmet. I want you to think about this. Now, the story, I've told this before. J.K. Rowling, she wrote the story. She wrote it in between shifts as a waitress. And she tried and 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 tried to get publishers to publish a book or to look at her book. And they kept sending it back, blank, basically unread. She got a representative, she got herself a what's the word? The word's skipping my. It's on the tip of my tongue. A representative, a agent. That's the word. She got herself a writer's agent, and she had to beg for that. And the writer's agent couldn't get anybody to look at it, and tried and tried and tried and tried and tried. Finally, one of the editors at some publishing company takes the book home along with a big stack of other books in the slush pile. This is the slush pile is might as well be the entry ramp to the dumpster. Anyway, he's flipping through these, looking through them, blah 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 blah, and his niece. He leaves them stacked up on a coffee table, and his niece comes down, gets hold of the copy of Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone. She takes it back up to her room. She's bored. She wants something to read. And she comes back down and she tells her uncle, there better be another one in this series. Well, Archangel, my condolences. I'm sure you'll overcome that difficulty someday. I'm not taking it back. I'm not taking it back. Every single day, you turn around. Look, I can show. There isn't a major publication out there. There isn't a success, a literary success out there that doesn't have 100, 1,000 rejection letters from these supposed experts. Anyway, that girl comes down, hands that to her dad, hands that to her uncle, and says, "Is there more?" And he says, "Oh, by golly, I think this might be a good book for children." Goes back to the publishing company, tells them what happened, tells them that the girl loved it. And that's the end of the story. She gets published. That J.K. Rowling. The only reason J.K. Rowling got published was because a highfalutin editor made the audacious mistake of letting a child evaluate a children's book. I want you to think about that. I want you to think about the fact that this is a radical concept to a book publisher. No, they want to see, oh, will the kids like it? Let's have this 40-year-old balding white dude read it and see if he likes it or thinks it'll sell. Let's have this beanie-wearing yupster from Beattown come out from Haight-Ashbury, take a look at it and read its chakras and see if it'll sell in the middle states. There isn't a chicken soup for the soul. Chicken soup for the soul. That book series literally saved a publishing house. And the guy that wrote the first book, couldn't get anybody to look at it. In fact, he got it handed back to him by one publisher who said, needs more tits and guns. That was his evaluation. That was literally his evaluation. Ain't nobody reads this kind of crap. I would have better luck I would have better luck putting a list of newly written books up on a wall, finding myself a retarded chimpanzee, blindfolding it, and have it throw darts at the wall. Than I would having a book publisher, one of these so-called expert book publishers. If they're so great, how come the book industry is dying? People out there on Amazon.com doing it for themselves, selling millions and millions of books. While these trained baboons are trying to find a new Twilight. Late afternoon, the zombie werewolf love story. Put a black cover on it and possibly a piece of fruit. What are they bringing us? What are these geniuses bringing us? 40 Shades of Grey. Truly, they have picked up the Shakespeare of the generation. I'm violently angry. Let me put it this way. I spent years of my youth, misspent youth, making copies. I tried as an illustrator. I tried as a cartoonist. I've tried as a writer. I sent out copies of my writing and my drawings, and I probably spent enough to buy a car. Well, 50 years, 20, 30 years ago, on mailing out copies. This is how you're supposed to do it, guys. This is how you're supposed to do it. This is the traditional way for a realzy professional publisher and writer to do things. Email? Oh no, can't do that. DVD? No. Oh, couldn't do that. What, you think this is the 21st century, child? No, what you do is you go out and you Xerox a copy. If you're trying to talk to a comic strip syndicate, you have to run off a month's worth of comics. Then you have to go out and run off Xerox copies. A big stack of them. And then you mail it out. You use a self-addressed stamped envelope, and you provide you have to provide the letter and the enclosed envelope and the return envelope and everything, and just money, just to buy the postage. Okay, I could wallpaper my house with the postage I bought. Mail myself to Florida, house and all. And then you send it out to them. Oh, and here's the catch. If they do respond to you, okay, you had better. I went out and bought books that had lists of publishers. These annual publications, these hardback books, literally big thick books of publishers and publishing houses. And I'm flipping through them, and I've got to get all this information down in the envelope and into the letter, and find out who the current editor is and which branch editor I'm supposed to send it to, and get the address and send it. And God help you if you got it wrong. And then we do not accept unsolicited publications. Oh! They won't talk to anybody who doesn't have an agent. Blow me. Cross that one off the list. Move down to the next one. Put it all together. And then you wait 3 to 6 months. And you want to know what the real hysterical thing is? Most of the entries in those books had things that said like, "Will not accept simultaneous submissions." In other words, you had to send it to them. If you sent it to anybody else, screw you. They wouldn't even. The people wrote. I used to have a big folder full of the rejection letters they sent back to me. Do you know how many of them were actually written or typed by the people I sent it to? None. Well, no, I take that back. One. I got back a form letter a couple of times. A form letter. We have rejected your bleep because of blank. And we think that, check this pot, Oh, great, Mad Libs for depression. I got one letter. It was written. I put these because they kept changing editors so many times. I'd have to check it. I would put, "Dear Sir or Madam, I am blah 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 blah. Here's my book, blah 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 blah, and this is what it's about. And here is a copy. Aha, thank you. Here's a letter so you can send it back with. You can tell me yes." And then I'll send it to them. And this woman sent this letter back. "I am highly offended that you did not determine that I am Mrs. etc. And the 'Dear Sir or Madam' is so rude." I'm like, "Bite me, heffalump!" Found the social justice warrior. I'm picturing somebody shaped like Jabba the Slut with red lipstick sitting there behind the counter. "Well, I'm the editor now. What did you do? Eat the last one?" Yeah, I said it. Moo! I can get away with that. I'm fat too. I don't care. How would you like it if somebody did it to you? You know. You think they don't? Sticks and stones may break my bones, but words will never hurt me. But this nonsense over and over again. Just trifling. I send these people my hopes and dreams, and they send me back a form letter that they couldn't even bother to sign. Or some rude bitch fest about the fact that I didn't know that she got that she got promoted to this new level, last week. I've sent off my stuff to publications. Publications that print your stuff, they don't pay you. They don't pay you. They don't even put up a donation. They just put it up for free. They sent my stuff back with all these changes they wanted made to, not grammar or anything, just random changes and shit. I said, if you're gonna demand changes, you're not paying quite that much. I don't think so. No, thank you. You see, this is old saying about editors. Once they piss in it, they like the flavor better, so they buy it. I don't let people edit my stuff. I don't want to edit my stuff. I do not want to argue with somebody about my choice of phrasing or my words or my grammar and my my sentence structure, or how I describe something or I didn't describe something, or the fact that I used a politically incorrect phrase, or this wording makes people uncomfortable. No, but what about your grammar and spelling? Yeah, that's their main concern, right? Yeah, You wouldn't know it from the books I've seen published. I don't want to work with no editor. I don't like the idea of working with them. Because I know. I'm mean. I'm evil. Ain't nothing going to happen. I'd rather be self-published. I'd rather be self-published and deal with people who are going to trifle with me. And I've tried, back in the day, I tried so hard to deal with these people. All nice, I'm just sweaty, nervous, 18-year-old writer and cartoonist with stars in eyes. Oh, I might work with the people who work with Jim Davis, or I might get King Features to publish my comic strip. Ooh, wouldn't that be awesome? And ooh, form letter. I'll add it to my collection. And there went my spending money for the week. For nothing. Now, I go on the internet, and all these editors who said I wasn't worth shit can kiss my cracker butt. I put up my rights. I got how many readers did I have? I had over 2,000 people following my fictions on. That's probably nothing compared to other writers out there. I'm sure it is. 2,000 for a trifling niche. Niche. How do you pronounce it? Niche. Niche. Pigeonhole. Freaking fiction. My Little Pony, Friendship is Magic, fan fiction. And I literally had thousands of readers waiting and just dying for every update. I get millions of hits on my, even as declined as I have with my I have not been up to par in some time with my comic strips, I will admit that. But even now, I've got thousands of people that follow my page. But, in the professional world, I have to go through this bottleneck of isolated, uninterested people who do not share my values, who do not like me, who do not want to see people like me published. Ask Ann Coulter. Ann Coulter, she's been on the bestseller list over and over and over again. She's so, she mopped the floor. And she's had to keep renegotiating with new publishers because her old publishers get, just don't want to see her books out because she's not a leftist. There's my suggestion to you, Archangel. If you've got a children's division in your publications, have some children read the stories. I mean, you probably got a stack. I know if you're actually a publisher, you've got a slush pile a mile deep probably. Find yourself some kids. Say, here, want to read a book? Here, have a look. Check this one out. Tell me what you think. The guy who created The Incredibles, he bounced from group to group to group to group. Kept trying to get an animator for years, like 10 years. Back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. And what it does is, he said this, it would go through this process. They'd get put into some little cubbyhole someplace, right? And some guy would be in charge of the program. Oh, this is going to be great. We're going to do great things with this. And he'd take off, and then this guy would get fired. And somebody else would come in to replace him. And he's brand, and this guy is brand new into this, vacant. He's old boss is gone, new boss has just moved into the office, and he's so scared he doesn't know whether to shit or wind his watch. And he is scared to death to have anything to do with any project that the previous guy did because it's tainted with his cooties, his failure cooties. So he would backlog The Incredibles and push it off to the side and backburner it and then finally shuffle it into development hell, where it's spinning in the rinse cycle forever. And this went over and over and over. At one point, they came to him and said, no, we can't do this. We can't do this. He said, why not? They said, because all your superheroes, your main characters, they're all dressed in red. And our focus group doesn't like red costumes. That was it. That was seriously. I'm not lying. I'm not making that up. And I'm not exaggerating either. He comes out there and then finally he stumbles into Pixar and he gets a recommendation to Pixar and goes to Pixar and they bring. Oh man, he must have been like Moses wandering out of. Yes, the promised land. And we finally got The Incredibles. We're supposed to get a sequel this coming year. I'm all excited. I don't know whether it's 2016 or 2019. It's soon. It's soon. And I don't know why they've delayed this long. But doggone, bring that puppy on. You know, the Incredibles is one of the few movies I've paid to go to the theater to see twice. Then I bought the DVD, special collector's edition. I'm serious. That was one of the few movies I've only seen. I think I've only seen, let me see. In my life, I've seen two movies that I went back to the theater, twice. The Incredibles. Well, three. The Incredibles. The Digimon movie because I was really bored, and it was kind of fun the first time. And Forrest Gump because Forrest Gump was it was the best dramatic movie I've seen in my life. Everybody mocks it. Everybody says little about it, but they miss the point. But anyway, this is what I'm saying. The people who are supposedly in charge of facilitating the creation of great books, great movies, television shows, they quit being. They're the middlemen, and they quit being facilitators and started becoming an obstacle decades ago. Well, I didn't know that. I didn't know it was three movies squished into one. Well, what can I say? I saw it the first time and I liked it. Saw it again because I was bored. It wasn't as good the second time, but it was still pretty good. I went and saw Stitch, Lilo and Stitch. In the theater. Didn't enjoy it very much. Of course, at that time, I had just lost my job. And I was really stressed out and depressed and unhappy. And so I didn't enjoy it very much. Too strung out. And it was a lot weaker than I expected. I expected them to really go reckless places with it. Disney at about that time, Lilo and Stitch, Tarzan, they never seemed to deliver on their promises. Oh man, when I saw that first Tarzan trailer, boom, 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 jungle drums, boom, and here he comes, brachiating through the trees, whoosh. I mean, this was back before anybody knew what parkour was. And he's just whooshing through the trees, and he lands in that branch, and the camera zooms in, and he just glares at the camera, and I'm like, hot dang, this movie's gonna be good. And then the next trailer came out. It was singing monkeys, and oh man, more Disney treacle. They took one of the baddest heroes in popular culture. They took Edgar Rice Burroughs' Tarzan and just puke and barf, and why? No. And that stupid Vine surfing thing. Okay, all I could think was, now we know why he yells, because by the time he gets to the end of that vine, his feet is full of splinters. Jane, bring tweezer. Oh yeah, yeah. I'm just angry. I'll got your props, Archangel. I mean, you're a publisher. You haven't got an easy job. If you're in a publishing company, you haven't got an easy job. You got to pick the winners, and you gotta do it, and you gotta be careful. You gotta do it well, and you're putting a lot on the line. And unfortunately, publishing companies are working on a decades-old model, a centuries-old model that is badly outdated by today's technology. uh, Amazon.com, for all its innovation, is still trying to, is still to some extent trying to run things the way they used to be. They are, for instance, Amazon.com charges as much for a digital download as it does for a hard copy book. In fact, you can get the hard copy books cheaper than a digital download. They are failing to grasp one of the fundamental issues of digital property versus material property, is that people do not and never will consider, except in very extreme cases. You're talking the formula for Coca-Cola, or the secret recipe for Kentucky Fried Chicken, or the like. They are not going to believe for an instant that intellectual property, quote unquote, is just as good as a tangible product. Eventually, Amazon.com is going to have to break down and start cutting the cost of the downloads back to like a reasonable amount, like $1. $1 a download. That's what these musicians are charging for their songs. It costs them almost nothing to make mass copies on the internet of a digital file. If they were sending out hard copy DVDs, that would be reasonable, but not when they're selling you vapors and a few bits of digitally induced static on a computer chip. Oh, I like Phil Collins. I liked his music from that movie too, but I hate except for that stupid beat up flute, whatever thing the monkeys sang. You'll be in my heart, yeah. Da, da, da. Da, 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 da. You know how the Emperor's New Groove happened? The pointy-haired bosses gave up. That's how. And basically, originally, the Emperor's New Groove was going to be a movie. It was going to be something along the lines of Empire of the Sun, and it was going to be serious and dramatic, and it was going to have this big environmentalist type message. And the bosses that were in charge of it, they got way into it. And apparently they were running around in circles, and they said, oh, this thing is going to be a disaster. And they threw their hands up in the air and told the animators, just do whatever you want, basically. Just do whatever you want. Let's just get this thing out the door. And the animators said, just evil laugh time. And just went bat monkey poo insane. And the end product was the Emperor's New Groove, which made them millions. I don't know what where you singing that song "Stranger Like Me." Well, that worked for me too. The only thing I had a problem with was the cutesy pootsy stuff. I mean, come on. The tree surfing and the cute little old man. It's those beautiful creatures and I read the original Tarzan when I was a boy, when I was like 8. I read the original Edgar Rice Burroughs novels. I would go to the paperback section at our local library and just dig them out. I mean, I read the original unrepentant uh, great white hunter ethos, original Tarzan stories. Okay, you know, the kind that would get you like attacked by the NAACP today, and I mean, these were hardcore stories with violence and murder and savage animals and cannibals and horrible deaths and danger. I ate them up like candy. I was just num num num. Give me more. I bet the fans of Rudyard Kipling probably cried when they saw Disney's Jungle Book. Everybody, Rudyard Kipling was a legend in his time. Rudyard Kipling. The old joke was, "What do you think of Kipling?" "I don't know. I've never kippled." But and he was a spokesman for the virtues of Western civilization, the British Empire, the British civilization, and its influence on the world. And he was one of the last dying voices of the empire. And his poetry reflected his stories, the gods of the copybook heading. Here's one for you. Do you ever wonder why it was that Tarzan never shaved? Who the hell shaved Tarzan? I just, no beard. In any rendition, I've never seen a rendition of Tarzan anywhere with a beard. You ever wonder about that one? Of course, I've seen plenty of these Sheena of the Jungle type movies. I mean, said back in the they wrote them back in the 50s in black and white movies, and she had lipstick and mascara, and her hair was perfectly permed, and oi. Well, I'm sorry. I've been talking and not doing much drawing. Uh, right now, I'm a little stressed out. Right now, I just want to sort of curl up in a ball and hide from the whole world till I don't know, forever. Look, I'm gonna let it online. Please, if you can spare a couple of bucks, toss them in the hat on the website because I use it. Uh, as always, the electric bill is eating me alive. I got the expenses. I've got to chuck a couple of $100 at the electric company just to keep the power on. That's just to pay off the late payment to them, just to keep the electricity on. And I've got to pay the internet, and I've got to pay and I am behind on the lot rent and uh, you know the pledges and donations and purchases and commissions are just trickling in. So I am shamelessly shaking the tin cup. There's also the 2016. My archive CD is available. DVD rather. Um, it is an archival DVD. It has all my all my old art, my commissions, my drawings, my. I should probably put the stories. I would put the fan fictions on there but if I do that, then I'm making money off the stories, and therefore I could get in all sorts of trouble for it. My fan fictions I can't publish, I can't sell, which is a crying shame, and is one of the reasons that I really resent our current copyright law system, which is a farce. But getting back to the point, the DVD has the complete archives of all my strips, up to current, up to January 2016, and a collection of artwork and various notes, just pretty much everything off the website and more. In one big DVD for $19.99 plus $2. I believe it's at $3 shipping and handling. That's just to cover the postage and stuff. I remember reading some Tumblrina complaining that all the Disney princesses, that nearly all the Disney princesses were white. Oh no, they never have an African American, and they would never do Brave with an African American girl. And the guy wrote back, "'Cause she's Irish, you idiot." These stories are set in like Sweden and England and Ireland, and they're not exactly noted for a great number of people of color back in the Dark Ages. France, for crying out loud. Do you want to build a grievance? Okay, I'm just doing a quick sketch here for. Uh, that can't be much fun to listen to. I got so many issues. I got more issues than TV Guide. Uh, yeah, I've seen a lot of these re-renderings of the Disney princesses and heroes and such. Yeah, you know. I've also seen them done as zombies, so villainesses and as zombies and as well, you get the idea. Let's see. Hold on, let me see if I can find this image here. This is my favorite image of the Disney princesses. Right over here. Just it really captures their elegance and poise, and all the sophistication that little girls associate with beautiful and elegant, ladylike. You know. And what's really hysterical? Apparently, the actresses who work at Disney World saw this, got on the act. They did it with the princes too. That's awesome. But oh, oh my. I don't know if these are cosplayers or whether they're the actual princesses at Disneyland, but I believe they're the actual Disneyland princesses. They apparently the picture apparently got around. Okay, I'll be right back. I'll be right back. I'll run to the restroom. Okay, I accidentally turned off my microphone. Look, if you, I'm going to repeat myself. You don't like, you don't like Netfox. I'm going to repeat myself. I had my microphone off and didn't realize it. Let me tell you something. If you don't like politically outspoken characters, you are in the wrong damn channel. And the only reason that you notice how politically outspoken that Zelda or any of my other characters are is because they are saying something contrary to the background noise of our culture. We're living in a time where saying Merry Christmas is an act of religious hostility. And saying God bless America is politically controversial in the United States. That's how loud and overwhelming the leftist voice has been. So if you don't like my characters being politically outspoken, go back to PBS and watch Sesame Street. I'm sure they'll have something nice and bland and safe for you. That was the point of Zelda. That she was the quiet one, the one that was unheard. Then she finally got on the radio, and she had something to say. She finally found a voice. Most of you people don't remember what it was like back before the internet. I'm old enough to remember. Back before public radio and the internet and everything that came with it, there wasn't any. There was one voice. Okay, there was the newspapers, the television stations, the news programs, the entertainment industry, the education industry. They all walked in lockstep. And they were getting more left-wing every single day. When the internet came out, it broke the monopoly. You don't remember what it was like. And conservatives didn't have much of a voice. And we're still struggling for a voice because we're too polite. That may come and shock you, but most of the conservative people out there aren't fire-breathing radicals. They're quiet, decent, dignified people who go to church on Sunday and go to work on Monday. Why don't they hold as many rallies and protests and everything else as the left does? Because the right has jobs. And they have responsibilities. They have children to raise, homes to take care of, businesses to run, and taxes to pay. We, the conservative people of the United States, are finally tired of being polite and not bothering you with our opinions and our perspective. I'm tired of you talking about how you don't like Zelda because she's a political mouthpiece. She's a radio host. She's supposed to talk about things like politics. And if she was just burbling the usual soft-core leftist soft serve, you wouldn't have even noticed her. You wouldn't have even noticed any difference. You were just, oh, well, what a nice character, blah, 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 blah. You got on my nerves, NetFox. You got all over my nerves. I'm terribly sorry that she's not as tall and sexy and with big tits like the other female characters that we've seen so far. And I'm so terribly sorry that she's a character who deals with political issues on the radio. Oh, God forbid that conservatives be as outspoken as liberals. And I'm ever so sorry that one of my main protagonists, who is supposed to be a guy who is tired of shallow relationships, 1 date, 2 date, 3 date door, that he picked a girl for who she was rather than how fun she looked. I swear, if I'd have been a liberal, everybody would be singing my praises for having the pudgy little radio girl dating the handsome Hollywood actor. Oh, well, NetFox, it sucks to be you. That's who Zelda is, and that's who she's going to be. She's no more and no less developed than any of the other characters. It's just you've taken a disliking to her, and you've fixated on her for some impenetrable reason. Well, I'm sorry, you don't like her. Thank you. Message received. We are enlightened and fulfilled with your unique and special viewpoints. Okay? You've been nagging me about her for weeks. You've made it clear you don't like her. Thank you. You've informed us. You've enlightened us. You've fulfilled your destiny. Now may we move on. That's the point about the quiet ones. That really is the point. You people forget when you ever heard the phrase "watch out for the quiet ones"? That's Zelda. That was her. That was the point of her becoming a radio personality. Is that nobody, she's all anybody knew about her is that she's the meek little quiet one who was never spoke up above a whisper. There's nothing that irritates the morally reclined more than somebody who says out loud what everybody is thinking but is too nice to say. If you're not nice if you refuse to say that something wrong is wrong. You're gutless. And maybe you think it's cowardly to have to get behind a microphone to say it. But it beats walking from door to door, banging on the door saying, "You people suck." Some people find their voice through writing. So some people find it through speaking on the radio. Some people find it through art. And I find it unsurprising that I offend so many people. And long ago, I quit trying to measure myself against their expectations. Folks, I'm sorry. I apologize for losing my temper, but NetFox has been doing nothing but making for days now. There's a litany of complaining about he doesn't like Zelda, and he doesn't. Oh, just grow up, Joe Quesada. Okay, Gwen Stacy's dead. She's street pizza. She's not coming back. Here, Netflix. Why don't you just write yourself a fan fiction where Nip sells his engagement to the devil in exchange for bringing back one of his former girlfriends? And people project hard. I have seen widescreen movie cameras that did not project as hard as some people do. Because I've had people say, "Oh, this character or that character, they're so wonderful, they're so sweet, they're so kind, they're so brave, they're so funny." And I've written like maybe 3 sentences in the entire chapter that they even said or were even featured in. I'm like, where are you getting all this stuff? I haven't even written hardly anything about this character. What are you talking about? Quite frankly, Zelda is no more and no less developed than any of the other characters in that comic strip. I'll have people talking about characters that maybe made 3 appearances in the strips altogether, and they're talking about how cool, how smart, and how clever, and how and how they went to so they spend summers with Mother Teresa in India helping the poor. And I'm like, where are you coming up with all this crap? Really, I don't know. People will read. I mean, they will read all sorts of things out of a character that has had maybe a half a paragraph written about them. What on earth? And yes, NetFox, you are entitled to your opinions. You've had your opinions. You've expressed your opinions. You've repeated your opinions over and over and over and over. Congratulations. The artist does not agree with your opinions. Thank you. Ouch. Now, let me show you this, guys. Hold on, hold on. Now, where's the thing? Isn't this somewhere? It's just never.
This is bad. This is really bad. Look, you hear the car? Oh, shit, there goes another one.
Oh, geez, people are idiots.
Oh, damn. This is bad.
Just a sec here. There we go. Okay. See it.
Oh, shit. He's done. Oh, damn. It's terrible. This is bad. This is really bad. Look, you hear the car? Oh, shit, there goes another one. Guys, hitting every car coming down. Oh, shit. Watch out! Oh.
Hold on. What the heck is going on here? What the heck is this? Hold on. I don't know what it is doing. It is going squeak, and it is not working right. Here we go. Let's try this. Let's try this again. We zoom in. Oh, what a lovely bunch of coconuts, dilly dee. Here they are, standing in a row. Okay. And here we go.
Shit, he's done. Oh, damn.
It's a sink. Hold on. Here, Laura. Just. I'm gonna fuck with it forever.
Oh, shit, he's done. Oh, damn. It's terrible. This is bad. This is really bad. Look at the car. Oh, shit, there goes another one. This guy's hitting every car coming down. Oh, shit. Watch out! Oh, Jesus. Oh, shit, here comes another one. Oh, shit. Jesus. Oh, my God.
Oh, man.
Oh, my God. You alright? That shit sucks. This sucks, dude. Look at your car. Is this your car? Look at your car! Oh, my God. Your trunk.
Oh, man.
Oh, my God, there's more. I need to stop people Oh my god.
This was in Colorado. Colorado Springs. You think anybody would know how to deal with snow would be people who live in the Rockies. But no. Here we go. Pickup trucks on ice.
Why did he really think?
It's pickup trucks on ice. Oh, man.
Not a good idea. Not a good idea at all. Yeah, another one in the next one. Oh my god.
11 car pilot, third car pilot.
This is so bad. What
Oh,
the
man.
hell? Can you do it? Can you get down to the bottom?
Oh, you've got to be kidding me.
Oh shit, he did it.
Now, how many people just? How can you see a pile up of 30 cars and go? No, you can sit there and watch this all happen and still go, I can make it.
Shit, are you serious? A new fucking... He made it! He fucking made it through!
I once watched an 18-wheeler do this. I mean, the road was glass. I mean, glassed with ice. It was glassed with ice, and it was a sharp right turn. It was uphill to the bus stop where I was waiting for the school bus, and then there was a sharp right turn uphill after there. And he gets up the top of the hill, and I'm like, "Hey, he made it!" And then he takes a sharp right turn up onto that little bit hill, and he gets halfway up. Then wheels, and they locked, and just zoom. We were late. We were late getting to school because it had that big old coal truck stuck in the intersection. Just, I mean, 18 wheels, man, no traction. What the heck? I feel better. I mean, this is Schadenfreude. This is Schadenfreude. But watch all them Colorado people not able to handle a little an incline. Like, what? Don't you have 4-wheel drive on them things? Come on, This is why you stay home, okay? This is why you stay home when the winter comes. I got two choices. I got two choices for you: migrate or hibernate. Netflix. No, a prick is someone who comes online over and over and over again, nagging somebody about one of the main characters because he doesn't particularly personally like how outspoken she is, and the fact that she has a sharp, sarcastic streak. I'm so terribly sorry, but you're being a prick. I remember Livewire. She was no, that's the definition of rude and mean and nasty. I made a point at Zelda, when she's given a chance, she tries to be nice to these people. There is no obligation to be nice to a movement. Okay? I clicked on the wrong button there. She turned off the wrong one. The meanest thing she did when she's opened up, she made fun of Democrats as a group. And quite frankly, you know, if you think that is mean, you're mush. You haven't seen me get mad yet. You haven't seen me get mean and nasty yet. You know, like I could. And you have not seen mean and nasty if you think that poor Zelda is just such a horrible, evil, mean, nasty, heartless, hurt your feelings, meanie pants. Come on, get over it. If people are stupid, they need to be told they're stupid. If people are being ignorant, they need to be told they're being ignorant. If the people are wrong, they need to be told they're wrong. And telling people the truth is never pretty. I'm sorry that rubs. I'm sorry that her personality rubs you the wrong way. But put on your big boy pants and deal with it. Like people, I'll repeat myself. Beware the quiet ones. probably liked her as long as she was a quiet little sad sack. But the instant she opened her mouth and something tart came out, suddenly you don't want anything. You just too damn good for her. You know. Oh, now here's some people. Now talk about regrets. Here's the look at this. Good night. Can you imagine? Can you imagine this woman carrying that sign? Hitler did not attack. Why attack Hitler? Why not peace with Hitler? Can you imagine how they felt? I imagine that many of these. Can you imagine how they felt when the first photographs from the death camps came in? These, I'm going to give the people of that age more credit than I would give our own era, because I know people now. Look at it. Can you imagine? I wonder if you ever saw the footage. The footage of the photos. We're living in a day and age now where you can bring photos of the mass graves filled with the bones of babies from Saddam's Iraq. And it's like water off a duck's back with the anti-war crowd. Can you imagine what it must have felt like? This was the same. Everybody argues. This was the same logic that they used with with 9/11 and the war. It wasn't Saddam who attacked us, and it wasn't Hitler who attacked us in World War II. And there's the proof right there. Same mentality. Same poor, sloppy thinking. And the same inclination, by their own reason, to come down on the side of people who killed innocent, helpless men, women, and children. Appeasement always ends badly, but the left never learns the lesson. We're not put on this earth to be nice. We're not here to be liked. First lesson. First lesson. Good is not right. Good is not nice. The right, right and the truth are not liked. We live in a society where being polite is an invitation to be ignored. What they mean by polite is they don't mean polite, they mean quiet. They mean easy to ignore. We're in a fight with people. We can't play by the Marquis of Queensberry rules here. This isn't a little round of fisticuffs between proper mustachioed gentlemen. It is a back alley, blood, guts, and switchblade knives out fight. I hope I piss you off. I really do. I hope I piss you off every day of the week. I hope I tell you something every day that I'm on here that pisses you off. I hope you turn off the radio, turn off the computer feed, and you are mad at me for telling you something true that you didn't want to hear. Because I haven't done my job if I haven't said something true that you didn't want to hear. If I can preach to the choir all day long, tell you what you want to hear, say it in nice, soft, sugary words, so that you aren't too offended by it. We all need that lashing. Good is not nice, truth is not kind. Or it is kind. It's just not pleasant and sweet. That's what makes people who are soft and sitting back and leaning back on the nice, soft, mushy, leftist, progressive, wishy-washy, cushiony world. When conservative people speak out, when Christian people speak out and say things that they don't want to hear, when the values and truths that matter are spoken out loud, it's going to offend. And it's not going to be very polite. This is right. This is the reason uh, why so many conservative politicians fold like wet toast, because they're afraid. They're afraid to say the ugly, painful truths because our weak, diaper-clad, culture will throw a tantrum at them. Whipped. Netbox, for the last time, you've made it clear you don't like Zelda. You've given a lot of reasons why. I don't care. Rat's ass is not given. I like her. And I wrote her the way she is. That's the way I wanted her to be. So drop it. You're not Joe Quesada, and we're not going to do an episode of One More Day. All right? All right. Certain downside to having this little plastic tent over my desk. The hot air blows up against the roof of the tent and comes around, and a little bit of it blows back in my face. I can sort of feel like a heat draft coming down over my face, and dry my eyes out a little bit. Bleh. Well, it's 11:49. My money's safe. I managed to get once I passed 11 o'clock, my money's safe again because I'm past the point where I can order a pizza. They don't deliver past 11, so yeah, my throat's drying out. Ugh. Ribbit, 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 ribbit. I wonder if, I don't know, if Trump wins. Oh man, I wonder is he going to stick to his platform, or is he going to fold like wet toast almost instantly? This is an interesting question. And everybody's going, "Oh, he's not a conservative. He's not a conservative." He's not. His track record is that of a progressive, a liberal on just about every point you can imagine. But he is the only politician on either side who's he's the if he is, he's the only liberal who has ever shown enough sense in this day and age to market himself as conservative, and I mean hard conservative. Uh, even the Republicans don't have the guts to market themselves as hard conservative as he is. He is a salesman. He I've said this before. He knows what the public wants and what they'll buy, and he's promising it to them. And if he really does have ambitions to be president for a full 8 years, he may very well, despite his own personal beliefs and beside his agenda, will be inclined to give the people what they actually want. That is a possibility. I would much rather have Ted Cruz. I've said this again and again and again and again. Ted Cruz. It's just a crying shame that Ted Cruz is not as good a self-marketer as Donald Trump is. I think the mistake that the Democrats have made is thinking that they don't have to try and pretend to be patriotic anymore. They don't have, they think they don't have to pretend to value the Constitution or the family values or the faith or the history or culture or tradition of our nation. They think they've got beyond that. Once they got a Muslim elected, they figured anything goes. And shut up about Obama being a Christian. His father was Muslim. His stepfather was Muslim. He attended a Muslim school in one of the largest Muslim nations on the planet. At what point in any of this did he suddenly become Christian? He attended an anti-Semitic, white bashing, racist church. That that certainly doesn't put him in the category of Christian, or even of one of the Christian sects. He's a racist, he's a Marxist, and he is a Muslim by birth and breeding. I'm thinking, I'm thinking of doing a little segment of, a let's play version of thing. Where pop in video game, large, play it for about half hour, an hour of the show. Try that. We'll try that tomorrow. Uh, do a quick run through of Champions Online. Okay, it is now midnight. Yeah, and NetFox, it was Joe Quesada who pushed one more day through. Jerry Conway may have written it. Joe Quesada was the one who ordered. And Gilly is a put upon schmuck because he's a put upon schmuck. He's never going. Neither did Charlie Brown, for less reason. You'll have to pardon me if I want one place where the liberals don't get everything they want. Gilly is less of a straw man and more of a whipping post. I'll admit that much. Anyway, it is midnight. Managed to get a little something done. Is this stupid thing working? Yeah, it's linky. All right. And we're calling it a night. I'll see you tomorrow. I'll try and get started earlier. And we'll take it from there. I'm sorry I've been some. I'm sorry I'm so snappish tonight. I just. Wrong series of buttons to push on me right now. But y'all take care of yourselves. I'll see y'all tomorrow. Have a nice night.